thank you for your patience. We just heard from our board president. We'll go ahead and call the meeting to order. It is 5:57. Miss Askey?
Here.
Mr. Montoya?
Present.
Myself, we have a quorum. And would you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance?
I'll go ahead and do it.
Okay, go ahead.
Pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Almost did the Trump dance.
Is there someone in the audience who would volunteer to offer an opening prayer? Would you go ahead, sir, please?
Heavenly Father, we just thank you for this evening that you've given us here. Just bless each and every one of us here that's come to this meeting and the planning, and pray that everything goes well. Just pray for our district and all our leaders to make the good decisions for our students. And bless the student who is here with us tonight too, and maybe those that are online as well too. Just thank you for this time as we meet here as a whole, as a family, as a team, and as a district. So be with every educator and be with our students, and just be with us as we go into these holidays. Just pray this in Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you. We're on item D, agenda review.
Okay. I'm just gonna let them know while there's a lull here. Jared, just for record's sake, Christine Aspis, Vice President Aspis, called in and she's been on the phone for 3 minutes, 18 seconds, so she's joined. She will be here in person shortly, within the next probably 15 minutes. Oh, you can note that.
Board member So is also online.
Yep, I'm on.
So who do we have online?
Matt.
Okay.
And board member So just joined. President Haskey's online, so there's two.
Item E, approve agenda and or modifications. Are there any modifications to the agenda?
Secretary Wells, I do have a bit of a modification.
Go ahead.
Jerry, all these on? Or Andrew?
This one is.
Let me just grab it. So there is a report that was on here before another one was added. There's a grant application from the middle school folks, Eric Chang and Sherilyn Lee, which is a little bit of redundant because it is the actual Indigenous Students Grant for STEM that Mr. Deswood was going to report on. So item I, and F are actually pretty much the same thing. And so they can be combined. So we just strike I from the agenda. That's not necessary. Also, On the consent agenda, that is listed as F. So that would need to be pulled from the consent. I mean, it could stay on, but it's redundant. Hopefully you get that.
Mr. Secretary,
Go ahead.
with the consideration from the superintendent to strike I from the agenda and utilize report F, and then also on the consent agenda, item F. Is that correct, Superintendent?
That's correct.
With those modifications, then accept the agenda as amended.
Do I have a second?
I second.
It's been moved and seconded that we accept the agenda with the exception of the modifications to strike item I and F, was that it?
F.
And F. All in favor?
Aye. I vote yes.
Aye. Yes.
Are you in
Yes.
favor of that?
Mr. Montoya?
Yes.
Vice President Asquith?
Where's the, I don't have it in front of me, but where's the one for the early childhood?
That is after the executive, or yes, it's after the executive session. It's a special
So
report.
it's late. It's not early on.
No, ma'am.
Okay, yeah, I'm good.
She accepts it.
Okay, moving on.
Mr. Noble, did you get that? Thank you.
Are there any comments from the audience?
Did we have any?
Okay. We have a next item 3, board and superintendent report. Is there any report from board members? Mr. Montoya?
Just as a for information purposes, in regards to a couple of visits that I had today and will continue hopefully sometime this week at the elementary schools, and it's regard to a reading program that was being initiated by the PED, and then being able to listen to some of the building leaders. I do have concern with it, personally speaking, as a board member, and its impending effects on the educators. But some of that information will be forthcoming. The program is LETRS letters, which is called Letters. And again, from my perspective as a board member and how it's been instituted by the state of New Mexico, I disagree with that, because there's a lot of other questions that I have in regards to it, and some of the information that I've been reading and finding, and quite frankly, research as well too. It creates a redundancy, and I'm sure there's people who disagree with me, but however, how it's utilized by the educators and be expected to use, I have an issue with that. So, but I will provide some more information later, and I would really appreciate the superintendent attending some of those communications with me, and look forward to talking to more elementary principals as well to get a lot more information. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other reports from the board?
I don't have any reports at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Superintendent?
Let's see if Vice President Asquith, do you have a report? Are you there, Christina? no on that one. How about Mr. So? Do you have anything?
Mr. So, do you have anything for the report?
At this time, no, I don't have anything to report.
Thank you.
Are you asking me for the report now?
Yes, sir.
I'll try to keep it brief. We kept everybody waiting a little extra this evening. We apologize for that. Those who are in attendance, thank you very much for showing, especially since it is the season of Thanksgiving. I want to make sure you understand that we are thankful for all of you in attendance. We have an excellent staff here this evening. I just wanted to share real quick something that Mr. So has been asking for this. We have just received a report from the PED we actually received the report a couple weeks ago, but it was embargoed. So we do have some results now. And so the number of schools that we have on designation, which is, those are designations they have are continuous school improvement, more rigorous intervention. And then there's one other, what's the other one, Mr. Deswood? AS? Targeted support. And so we had 6 schools, I believe, last year, and we had 4 schools that were now taken off of those designations. So there's a lot to celebrate in that information. And Mr. Deswood is going to give a report, probably the next meeting, that's going to be more thorough regarding exactly where we are and standing of all of our schools. But it's great news for the schools that were taken off. And the schools that were taken off, I'm going to say these, and then somebody's going to blurt something out in the background that I probably missed. But I'll start with Shiprock High School. Shiprock High School was taken off for graduation rate. Their graduation rates improved dramatically. And so they are no longer on that status. And there was a big celebration at Shiprock High School for that. Nijoni was taken off. And I believe Mesa is still on designation. They're one of the 2 schools. Let's see if I go. Kirtland Middle School was taken off of designation. Career Prep is a difficult one. I know I'm missing one. I'll get back to the one I'm missing. But Career Prep is going to probably remain on designation as long as Career Prep is the high school that it is. The reason is because they're not making the designation based on 4-year graduation rates. Because of the type of school that they are, I'm sure everybody can kind of figure out their 4-year graduation rate is not going to be at the level of a comprehensive high school. It just is not. And so if you have any kind of alternative school, generally speaking, they're not going to make the grade. So they're going to remain on. So Mesa and Career Prep will remain on. And the school that I'm missing is probably Sabata Middle School, TBA. And they're taken off as well. So there's celebrations all around for those schools. And for a more complete report, like I said, Mr. Deswood will give that. I did want to spend a little bit of time talking about some legislation that's coming up, or some kind of a legislative priorities of a group of people, the Superintendent's Association. But what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say something just real quick about that. I know that, again, I don't want to keep everybody, but I want to make sure the board understands some of these things. One of the things the Superintendent's Association is talking about that they're really pushing for is local control and sufficiency. So keeping operational reserves is huge. Another one is transportation funding. I don't know if everybody knows this. We lost a bunch of transportation funding because of the way transportation was funded this year. Our district is at a huge disadvantage with transportation because of the vastness, almost 3,000 square miles, buses going all over the place. We're funded as if, the same way that Farmington's funded. And Farmington's buses, most of them are just going around streets in the city. So it's a lot easier to operate those buses. There's a lot less maintenance on those buses. There's a lot of issues with that. Insurance costs is another one. And then the return to work. I don't know if everybody knows this, but folks who retire, I'm looking around the room to see if I see any folks who've retired and then come back. I don't see anybody. But you have to wait 90 days. And if you wait, you can come back for 3 years after that. They would like to extend that to 6 years so that you could retire, sit out 90 days and come back 6 years instead of just 3. So those are just a few of the things that they're looking at. Now, one other one I'm just going to mention real fast is the reinstitution of a state board of education. I don't know if everybody has been following this, but I've only been the superintendent now 2.5 years, and we are now on our 3rd secretary of education during that time. And I believe that is kind of typical over the last, ever since I've had a secretary of education. It changes pretty regularly. because it's appointed by the governor. So there's a couple other ways you can handle it. One, I talked to Mr. Montoya about just today. Well, that could be an elected official, so they're not appointed. If they're elected, they would hopefully last longer. Or we could have a state board of education, which is just a group of folks who are, again, all elected. Similar kind of concepts. But to do away with the Secretary of Education is the main thing. Anyway, I just wanted to give you some highlights because this year, there's going to be some big priorities in the legislature, and they're going to be talking about a lot of things. One more thing that I would like to add to push is Yazzie Martinez. I don't believe it's anywhere near fully funded for districts like ours. And so we're going to hope for our lobbyists to be pushing for that legislation. Anyway, that's all I have. Thank you for listening. Sorry I kept you. I kept it to 3 minutes and 47 seconds.
Mr. Secretary,
Go ahead.
I'm just going to kind of add to what the superintendent said about that proposed legislation. The New Mexico School Board Association also supports going to a board of education from New Mexico, elected board of education, deciding on the state's Secretary of Education. And again, on the same lines of the lack of continuity from year to year and from administration to administration. So that's one of the things. I'm of the opinion that the people of the state of New Mexico should, quite frankly, elect that individual. We have a couple examples around us in Arizona and Utah, and especially in Utah, they have a board that assigns that Secretary of Education, and they're doing a whole lot better than we are, educationally speaking, as far as their outcomes are. So I just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Montoya. I concur with that. If we have an elected official doing that representation, we used to have in the state of New Mexico a board with elected, and the Constitution was changed in order to have it an appointed position. And I think that from my point of view, that it needs to be somebody that's accountable to the members of the state of New Mexico, not the governor. We'll move on to 4 reports, and A, under that, unique trip request, Equity Council by Donovan Russell.
Good evening. I just wanted well, first of all, greetings to our board members, Mr. Montoya, Mr. Wells, and Superintendent Mr. Carlson, and those that are online, Ms. Aspis, Hashke, and Mr. So, and then to our audience, Yate. So here we got this unique trip that we would like to participate in this year, which is going to be a Unity conference down in Phoenix from February 6th through the 9th. And so the students will be spending 3 nights down in Phoenix. And so this qualifies it for a unique field trip. And so, but this is the Equity Council. And recently this year, we've combined that with the Unity, which stands for United National Indian Tribal Youth. And so they have 2 conferences every year. One is a smaller one in Phoenix every year, and then the national one would be alternated throughout the United States, and that's usually in the summertime. But this trip here, students will attend this tribal conference for cultural experience as needed to support language acquisition, cultural identity, and leadership with Unity curriculum. And so we'll be taking 12 students, 6 boys and 6 girls, and with 4 chaperones. We'll be traveling down by bus and staying in a motel there at the conference site. And this will be funded by the Indian Education and the grant. And then, so this is a total of a $20,942 trip, and cost per student is going to be about $1,300 per student. And so, but that's all I have as far as the unique trip, and which is and then attached is the itinerary and also the outline of the conference that students will be participating in. So with this conference being a little bit smaller and a little bit shorter than the national one, we decided to only let the junior high students to participate in this. And we do have unity chapters at all 3 of our middle schools. So we'll be taking 4 students from each school: Newcomb Middle School, Sabata, and Kirtland Middle School. So this is the itinerary. They'll be leaving on Thursday morning, and then they'll be traveling down. So the 6th is going to be a travel day, and then the 9th is a travel day back. So the conference itself is 3 days. And so, but that's all I have for this, the first one. And I stand for questions.
Are there any questions from the board?
Question.
Go ahead.
Just for the sake of clarity and transparency for our audience, no operational funding, it's all grant money from the IEC, correct?
Yes.
Okay. The other question I have is, are you rotating through your students to give everybody an opportunity to attend?
Yeah, we've already participated in several trips this year, and so we made that decision that if they've been on the trip already, then they're not allowed to go on another trip this school year. Okay. And there is a special way of making our selections, and that's based on the student academic standing, their good standing, good attendance, as well as just being very active with the Unity and Equity Council itself.
Very good, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Are there any other questions? Ms. Hosky?
No questions, thank you.
Mr. Soul?
I don't have any questions, thank you. Just to express my support for the students going to the Unity Conference. It's a good conference.
Go ahead with your next one.
So the next one is the, I believe I'm not sure if it's the Sparks or NIEA conference.
NIEA.
NIEA. Okay. So the NIEA stands for National Indian Education Association. We participated in this conference back in October from the 9th through the 12th. And this was down in Palm Springs, California. And we took a total of 15 students, 4 from Newcomb, and these were high school students only because it was a little bit of a longer trip. And so we took 4 from Newcomb High, and then 4 from Shiprock High, 3 from Career Prep, and 4 from Kirtland High School. And we went with 4 chaperones, 2 male chaperones, and two females and 2 males. And at this time, I'm going to give the opportunity for our student to do the report on her experience at this NIEA conference. And so I'll let her introduce herself first.
Good evening. Sorry. Good evening, everybody. I am Nevaeh Sandoval. I am currently a junior at Kirtland Central High School. I was one of the students to attend the NIE conference in Palm Springs, California. We had workshops throughout the day. We were there. The Students' Day brought together middle schoolers and high schoolers and college students from around the U.S. and different tribes from everywhere. They gave us information on way to expand our understanding of education sovereignty through cultural lens, and presenters with inspirational and accomplishments in different ages range varied of indigenous influencers. The workshops included interactive, hands-on skills, engaging interests, current issues we relate to, or was eye-opening, invaluable skills in my profession and personal life, and good technique that we can use on a daily basis. This was from teaching us about scholarships around the school, around the U.S., so what is offered to us, and giving us different perspectives on different cultures as well. It's not only, yeah. There was different students from everywhere gave presentations about what they see in their schools and what they can work on as indigenous people. Hawaii was one. They introduced their cultural sport in schools, and they spoke their language and sang songs. The Hawaii group gave demonstrations about how water is why they wanted to bring back their cultural sport within their schools, because they're connected to the water, and they gave a presentation about that. The Tuba City boarding school was there as well, giving about robotics and how it was cool that Tuba City can have that for their kids. The challenging questions asked: what are some of the cultural practices that we would like to see in our schools or in currently one? How can you include or increase your native language in your cultural practices? So this is what we as a group, and we mixed up all in our workshops, and we got put into random groups with different people from everywhere, and we just kind of went over about how we can improve or what you would like to see more of. It was really I don't know how to put this, eye-opening to see other people and how we have similar problems, even though if they're different tribes. Like there was Apache, and how they said they wanted to have more not in person, but like more hands-on within the school, like having, like showing their cultures, like cultural nights, I guess, but during the day and like on a daily basis within the school. And on the daily, when we would ride back to the hotel, we'd have a debrief sessions of with all the chaperones and the kids in the lobby. We would go over what we learned throughout the day, and basically what we took from it and how we can use it within our community and our schools. We had Schoolology check-ins. Donovan made sure we were kept up with our schoolwork. And we were proud to represent CCSD communities and family. In the right bottom corner, you can see Miss Hoske and Miss Aspis. We did meet at the conference. Yeah. Thank you for the opportunity to go Palm Springs. Yep.
Thank you very much for that presentation.
So it was really neat for these students to have this opportunity to experience something they've never had before. Most of them, it was their first time riding an airplane. So it's a lot of life skills and how to be proactive about arriving there at the hotel on time and making sure they had enough rest each day throughout the conference. They just enjoyed their days at the conference, where they had the opportunity to visit other college booths, and then as well as arts and crafts and all that. And so by the end of the day, we were exhausted, but it was definitely an experience for them to not just go outside the reservation or outside the state, but all the way down to California itself too. So, but yeah, I really commend Nevaeh here, who was really engaging with her peers, her other students that traveled on the trip. It's kind of like there's usually like there's 15 students that went, but they kind of separated themselves as pretty much their own school, the only like the kids that they know, and so they tend to group with one another and just kind of walk around together. And so each day when we had lunch or we had dinner, we made it a priority that these students would sit by somebody different for dinner and then for lunch. And Nevaeh was really that person to engage with other students and kind of break them out of their shell of that silence. And so, but yeah, we really enjoyed ourselves in representing our district. And then I believe we were the largest school that was that participated in this too. And so, yeah. And we stand for questions.
Are there any questions from the board?
Comment.
Go ahead.
Congratulations, and I'm glad that you had that opportunity to share experiences and knowledge with others. That's very important because that truly helps you grow as a human being and an individual. So I hope you take that and use that for the rest of your life. So congratulations.
Ms. Aspen?
As Donovan mentioned, we were there and we seen them in the expo area, and just really encouraged them to not be shy, but to take advantage of the pamphlets and everything that's there. The little trinkets and ask questions and just really take advantage of those things and you can, even though you don't plan to go right away to college, you want to break, they're still obligated to help. And so we just encouraged the group in that way. And the Kirtland, it was funny. The Kirtland group, they had some characters on there, and and I don't know if you noticed, but one of the students had his attire out of bluebird flower. I think he's the one in the white with the red coral. But that was really neat. Yeah, and then too, I guess we look at those things with the students and make sure, but I was very impressed to see that the chaperones that were with them, Janelle, Charlie, is it Charlie, and Donovan, and Donovan was carrying around a backpack, and I thought, God, that looks heavy. He must have really took advantage of the expo. And and here later on, I see somebody was pulling a luggage set too with wheels, and then I thought, wow, they came and they're going to conquer, but and here he was pulling out fruits for the students, snacks and things like that, and I thought that was really neat because in that place there was nothing, and as big a conference area as it was, there was really nothing, and in fact the prices, the one night for the cultural night there was fry bread, navo taco, well, they named it Indian taco, and it was $18. And so that was the pricing there. And but they, to see that and see that the students, they didn't seem to complain. They were there and they accepted those snacks, and I thought that was pretty neat. And they, one of the council delegates was there too. I can't remember her name. So, good job. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Do you want to go ahead and take it? Do you want me to go ahead?
Go ahead.
Item C, report from the Unity Council on Sparks. Do you have that as well?
I'm not sure if Mr. Brady joined online. Is he online? Mr. Brady.
Jonathan Brady?
Nathan Brady? No.
Yeah, Nathan, excuse me.
Okay. Nathan was actually the chaperone who took students down to Sparks of Possibility, which was about a month before we went to NIEA. And on that trip, they took 26 students. And that one we included 4 students from each high school and middle school. And the day before they were leaving, we had received a call from Sparks of Possibility themselves, and one of the workshop presenters had canceled to take part in the with the workshops part. And so they had reached out to us to see if we had anything that we could do as a group to fill in that empty room. And so Mr. Brady himself and 3 other male students accepted that, and they presented on the drums. And so it was pretty neat that they had that opportunity to actually have a student-led workshop at the event. And again, we were the largest group that had attended that the conference. And these were just some of the Google questions that they gave to the students on a daily basis. And what did you like about the sessions most? And students made their comments on this year. And then another question was, what's one thing you learned from this session? And so students were really participated in responding to these questions. And most of them were very positive. Most of them, it was a first time experience for them and all that. And so they were able to express how they really enjoyed these sessions. And then, so it was a 2-day conference. Most of the meals were provided by the conference themselves for lunch, and students were on their own in the evenings. And on the last day, I included in the itinerary that they visit the school of ASU. And so they hosted our students, and we were able to give them a tour of the campus there at the ASU campus. College students themselves did the presentation and shared their experience with their college experience, and as well as pretty much mentored the students to prepare them for life after high school. And so, but Mr. Brady probably knows more about this trip because I didn't go on it, and I was hoping that he'd be here tonight to do this presentation. Yep.
Good evening, Yate. I had the opportunity to meet with or have the chaperones actually provide a comment, and in addition to this project that the students did, they sent us videos in regards to the students leading this workshop where they sang songs, and so the students had to prepare and bring their own drum, and they sang a variety of songs, and even they had middle school students that attended, and so they had one participant that wanted to come up to sing, one of the young ladies that shared a song with the group. And also with this project, like Donovan had said, that this was a large group that they took, but I also wanted to commend, because a lot of the chaperones stay in contact with us through text and see how things are going. And they mentioned that our group was always on time and ready, and even there before the presenters. So that speaks a lot about the conduct and how they're prepared and how they take these field trips seriously. So they were always the first ones there to be prepared and ready to learn. So we do have some videos, so we can send those to you at some point. And you know, it's really neat that the Shiprock High School group really took the lead, and I think it was a big teaching, because there's a lot into preparing a drum and to do the singing part. So I believe that's what I wanted to share, and it was a very positive outcome for the students.
As I read through this, they were taught the significance of the drum and of the. Am I right on that?
Yes, they were taught the significance. So I believe how the whole presentation went was discussing of the pieces of the drum, and how they use the water, and how they have the things to prepare the drum.
The gourd as well.
Yes.
The
Yes.
significance of it.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any comments or questions? Ms. Askey? Mr. Stoll?
I don't have any questions or comments. Thank you very much for the presentation.
Ms. Asmus?
If we could get those videos on the website, our district's Facebook, would be nice.
Yeah, I was gonna say, send them out to the board.
Well, that too.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
About 2 weeks ago, I had a successful elk hunt, and I wanted to share a sandwich with you guys, because I know maybe that tonight might be a long night for you guys. So, so I got these for you.
Okay.
I don't think we'll turn it down. Thank you.
Thank you.
How did you know? Thank you.
Elk jerky would be nice.
Or a steak. Elk steak's pretty good. Item D, Toys for Tots program by Jonathan Soul.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
If you
Yes, I can hear you. Oh,
if you speak
Good
up,
evening, school board members, superintendent, staff. Good evening, Jonathan So. Yeah, my name is Jonathan So. I'm the program supervisor for the local Dene youth here in Shiprock. I'm before you this evening to request for your assistance in gathering some information for the annual Marine Corps Native American Toys for Tots program. We request these information every year. First name, the gender and age from each of the school. We use that to gather and package age appropriate, gender appropriate gifts for the area youth. We try to make sure that every child gets a Christmas gift. And with your help, we can make Christmas 2024 a success. The Marine Corps Native American Toys for Tots program started back in 1980, and they've been delivering toys to Indian reservations. We're fortunate that we've been part of that for the last at least 20 years or more. Shiprock Dene Youth has been taking the reins for this project, and this will be our 8th year. And we do this every year, and we're asking for your assistance this year to not only distribute the forms that I have provided, but to have all the school teachers submit it back to us before the 29th of this month. And it'll be for youth 0 to 8th grade, ages 0 to 17. That's who we're going to be delivering these gifts to. That is my request this evening. Is there any questions?
Just a comment.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much for what you do and the continuation of the program.
Thank you.
Can you repeat the age group or the, I don't know if it was age group or the grade?
It's grades, preschool, or in this case, 0. I know the FACE program is like 0. Age-wise, it'd be 0 to 17. Grade-wise, it's pre-K to 8th grade.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions from the board? Mr. So?
No, I don't. Again, to say thank you to Mr. So for your hard work and on behalf of the students in our community. ODY definitely adds a lot of value, and hopefully we can develop stronger partnerships with Office of the NAU. Thank you.
Ms. Haskey? Is she not with us, Jared, anymore?
Thank you.
Okay. Item E, outright writing for focus grant for Sabatai Middle School by Brooke Charlie and Gifford. I'm not going to try that, I'll kill it.
Good evening, board, school board, and superintendent. My name is Gifford Gavieres. On behalf of Miss Brooke Charlie, we are the PE teacher of Sabatai Middle School. We are asking for a grant, and by your approval, this is what you call the outright riding for focus. Riding for Focus is a school-based rider education program. Schools can acquire a grant via 2 pathways: by purchasing the program, or for public middle school serving low-income communities by applying for a program grant. This grant term is for 2 years. Schools are provided with everything they need to get their 6th to 7th, 8th grade students riding, including bikes, helmets, curriculum, teacher training, and an opportunity to attend our annual instructor training event at a specialized bikes office. This grant will provide the following: training for teachers, curriculum to include 14 lessons on safety and skills, and 20 to 35 bikes with helmets. So our goals is to promote cycling as an outlet for students to improve their cognitive, physical, and social-emotional well-being with the desired outcome that students will be active, engaged, and focused. To promote safety by teaching basic cycling handling skills with the desired outcome that students have a basic understanding of cycling handling skills and to maneuver safely in light traffic. To encourage students' confidence and competence on the bike so that they may become lifelong cyclists and pedal into adulthood with the desired outcome that students are feeling confident enough. The bike activities we would like to do is two PE teachers will manage the CBI bike program, host a two bike clinics for students and their families, how to fix up and repair old and new bikes, and a weekly bike rides toward the Shiprock Monument. Bike safety guest presenters from NMC doctors with bike raffle students to boost attendance, grades, and behaviors, and also a bike giveaways to students who cannot afford the bike. A fun field trips for students at Rest Duro, an indigenous-led mountain bike enduro at Hard Rock, Arizona, and Berg Park or Lions Wilderness Park bike rides. And we're going to have a future collaboration with the Navajo Engineering Construction Authority to build a bike trail around the Sebitay Middle School. And question?
Question.
Go ahead, Mr. Montoya.
Superintendent, is this similar to what you and I had discussed? I believe it was either earlier this year or late last year.
Very similar.
Okay, because it's looks in line to the one that they have down at Gallup-McKinley County School District, which has been very, very successful. There's even a documentary about it, and they've been doing presentations regarding the focus being with SEL and how it's helped a lot of students. So yeah, absolutely, I'm all in favor of it. And you and I even discussed that about the trails and the rides back behind TBA towards the southwest, towards that rock. But there's plenty of places, even not just that one there, but around Shiprock, where there's a lot of areas where mountain bike trails can be developed. And I'm glad that it looks like that collaboration with NECO to be able to do that as well too. So.
I think any time that you can put exercise to the youth, it's going to improve their cognitive and mental health as well as everything else. Get them away from a tablet or a phone or something and giving them exercise, I think, is a good idea. I do have one question. I didn't see anywhere in here where that grant was coming from. When I read through it, I didn't pick that up.
There's a link regarding the information at the outrightbike.org, Riding for Focus.
Okay.
I would like to include on the Riding for Focus. So TBA Middle School, we did make sure that TBA Middle School does qualify and meet the expectations for us to apply for the grant. So we are able to apply for the grant because we're a public middle school who work mostly with 6 through 8 students, and then 40% of our students meet the low income backgrounds because we're a Title I status school. And so so we are eligible to apply for the grant. So we meet the checklist for that.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Any other questions from the board or comments?
I'll just say that, you know, that this is always a good thing. And especially what you pointed out, Secretary Wells, about getting active and getting away from the TV, the couch, things like that. Thank you, all that, whoever reached out, whoever pursued this grant, thank you.
Okay, moving on to item G, request for approval of gift donation for community and schools of New Mexico. My Stuff Bags Foundation by Dr. Elfrida Harvey.
You skip F, was it?
Yes, we were skipping F and combining I.
I have a comment on that one. What it was, Gary, can you explain it? Mr. Montoya?
Excuse me?
Can you explain it?
That I and F,
Mm-hmm.
that I was going to be combined with F.
So yeah, sorry, I just took a bite of that delicious elk. So I wouldn't be able to tell you this. So here's the way it went. F is the consent portion of I.
Yes.
That's the report. So we still have F as a report, but we don't have I as a report. So when we get down to I will be is basically the same thing as F. So we still need to go over F because that's
part of it.
My apologies. Go ahead with yours and we'll go back to F.
Since you're there.
You already called her out.
You're already up there.
That's fine. Good evening, Doyate. Members of the board, and then superintendents, and then our audience. I wanted to just request, or actually just report, that we're going to be receiving 500 duffel bags, stuff from the My Stuff Bags Foundation. This is free to our students who are let's see, I'm going to read from their message. So, My Stuff Bags to the homeless, at-risk, foster, or other vulnerable children within our district. So it's an organization, I believe, out of California, and they're going to be sending 500 bags to us. And in the bags are going to be items such as books, toys, some school supplies, games, some clothing, toiletries, stuffed animals, possibly blankets, a number of items. And then this is valued at $51,168.50. So, and then after this first round, they did say that we can apply for 500 more for the spring. And those will also be free to our students. So I did communicate with our federal grants coordinator that we'll be working with her and then community schools to help distribute the bags to our student population that are in need of some of these items, and probably before Christmas. So
Thank you. We're agreeable to anything that's free. So
yes, so we
appreciate it. Is there any questions for Dr. Harvey?
Just comment again. I've said to you time and time again, I truly appreciate the work that you do and the outreach that you bring to this district. And that's quite sizable, and the fact that they're willing to do it again is absolutely commendable on their behalf to be able to provide that for students. So thank you.
Yes, thank you very much.
Be sure and extend our gratitude.
I will. I'll surely do that. So, and they're willing to keep this going each year that we need this. So the partnership would be very valuable to us.
Thank you.
Okay. Were there any other questions or comments?
Are there any other comments or questions for Ms. Harvey?
I don't have any questions or comments. Again, thank you for the good work that you do.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we'll go back to item F. VSRC grant application by Eric Ching and Sherilyn Lee.
Yes. Thank you very much for providing us with the time today to introduce this grant that we're interested in accepting. I think we're being offered the grant at this point. We just, of course, need to make sure everything's okay. So this grant is for both a robotics and a drone program at Kirtland Middle School. It is essentially for 5 teams to participate in 2 competitions. Those competitions are in Farmington. So first, I'd go over a little bit about the grant information, who we're getting the grant from, things like that. So the grant covers both the equipment for the competitions, the registration fees for the competitions. It covers a portion of transportation costs, and to support our students in that trip. And then there is a little bit of a instructor coach stipend that it covers as well for the additional time. This just kind of lays out a bit of the what the grant would cover: robotics parts, competition fields, and registration fees. That would total for this portion of the competition a little shy of about $5,000 that they're offering. The next slide would detail the aerial drone competition. So like I said, there are 2 competitions, the first being a ground-based robot and the second being a drone. This would include 3 drone kits, the competition game elements for our students to practice for the competition, as well as the team registration fees for about $2,700 some in terms of the value of that. And then besides that, the next slide details additional support that the grant would cover. So for each individual competition, there are registration costs, and they would cover that $75 per team per event. And for travel costs, they would offer $100 per team per event. There's a coach stipend involved, and they would continue to support us in our second year if we accept the grant. And that's an estimated value, but roughly about $2,375 in terms of the continued support and additional support. So the Rec Foundation is who we're getting the grant from. So just to cover briefly this organization, their mission is to provide educators with workforce readiness programs, increase student engagement in science, technology, engineering, math, and computer science. They are a nonprofit organization. They partner with VEX is primarily their robotics platform that they use, but they also partner with groups like Northrop Grumman, Google, Tesla, Toyota, and a bunch of other industry partners who have a strong vested interest in seeing a well-educated workforce in terms of robotics and computer science. I believe specifically the grant that we got is from Google, I want to say, but it's administered through this organization. Yes. Next slide. Conditions. So what would be our obligations under this grant? The obligations that we would need to compete in at least 1 event for 2 years in order to receive this equipment. The competition is in Farmington, so it's relatively close, and travel costs would be pretty minimal. The coach would need to do a background check. The team would need to sign release forms, and then there's online trainings for the coach. In terms of obligations about the equipment must remain at the site that applied for the grant. The equipment should be secured and stored safely, and they do not cover natural wear and tear damage to the equipment. So that, if something broke, we would have to source the repair parts ourselves. Next slide. I believe. Okay, and then I think there was actually a little bit more. This seems to be an older version of what happened or what we had. Yeah, that part isn't accurate. I can just talk about the rest of what we did. There are 2 competitions. Yeah, this is all just older stuff that I think was a little bit outdated from the newest version of the slides that we have. There are 2 other 2 competitions. One would be in January 10th and one would be January 11th. The 10th being a Friday and the 11th being a Saturday. They're roughly all-day events. Based on the math of what I estimate bus costs to be, transportation costs, along with 2 meals per student per event, I think the overall cost after we factor in the transportation support is looking to be just shy of about $500. So that could be paid out of our Title IV academic competition funds for the school, or I believe we have OST funds that can be used for this, because we do run this program as part of our after-school extracurricular programs. But I can definitely provide the agendas, more detailed events of what's going on. Right. So I'd be happy to answer any questions that there are about the event and the grant application to the best of my knowledge.
You say this is to be held in Farmington?
Yes, so the two events are both, I think they're called the Hummingbird Native American Invitational Events. And they are held at, I believe, Farmington High School.
What date?
The date again?
The dates are January 10th and January 11th.
And that's where?
Farmington.
That would be in Farmington High School.
You know, I really want to see this, especially the drone. I think it's great that our students are getting hands-on this early, because you know, more and more they're becoming popular as far as entertainment, and so I think it's good. And then the robotics, it's just fascinating where that's headed to. I've seen one where it's a robot dog, and the person that had it or was showing it said that they could send it into a building that's unsafe and can be fitted with monitors, and you know, for oxygen levels, things like that. And I just think it's really neat. Thank you. And I'm gonna try to go to this in January.
Certainly, we'd be glad to have you there. And it certainly is that, you know, the future does seem to involve a lot about robotics and drones. The drone program part of it, I think I would be having the students complete a basic FAA certification in order to fly drones safely. I think that's one of the things. I'm actually interested in how they hold the event at Farmington, because as far as I know, that's controlled airspace, but they might file for a waiver or exemption since it's all indoors. But yes, it certainly is connected. We just spent yesterday working with the other computer science teachers on making sure that our CTE pathways are aligned. And you know, there are definitely elements of here that would align with Von Wilson's IT CTE pathway.
Are there any other comments or questions from the board?
I have none.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Ching. Did I say that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Moving on to H, Yellow Ribbon Suicide Prevention by Lisa Renier.
Good evening, board and superintendent and community. I'm here tonight to talk to you about somebody I met named Christina Griffith from Communities in Schools. And she was at one of the many meetings I go to, so she was a good, valuable person to meet, because she is doing something across the state called Yellow Ribbon Suicide Prevention. And she's actually on the call, I think. Are you here, Christina?
Hi, Anne. Good evening.
Hi, Christina. She's here also to
Hi.
answer any questions that I may not be able to answer because she's an expert in this field and she provides the trainings. I should lead with they are free because I heard that you like that and so do I. So she provides a free service and she'd like to come up here and she's going to meet with different staff and coordinate with different principals to provide knowledge and insight into how to help prevent suicide in our community. So I did include this paperwork that you're seeing in the packet, and I don't know if you want to add anything, Christina, but I know I stand for questions from anybody about it.
Good evening. I will just share briefly my deep gratitude to the board, Superintendent Carlson, and all who are gathered, and to you, Lisa, for inviting me. I'm actually greeting you from Taos. We just arrived. We're a small nonprofit based in Santa Fe. We just arrived this evening, and we're going to be at Taos High School for the next 4 days, facilitating suicide prevention trainings. I also want to share that since the springtime, when we received a grant from the Behavioral Health Department to facilitate these trainings, we've been blessed and deeply honored to be welcomed into many communities around the state, including Kirtland Middle School and Kirtland High School last spring. And we have upcoming trainings at Newcomb High School in December, and also Saberai Middle School in Shiprock in December. I also just want to share briefly that the yellow pin I wear and have been wearing since last spring was made by a wonderful colleague at Kirtland High School after we provided trainings for students and colleagues at Kirtland Middle School. He gifted us with these beautiful pins that he had made. And so I wanted you all to know that wherever we are in the state, from Cuesta to, gosh, we've been all over, to Reserve, to Cuba, to Bernalillo, a little bit of Kirtland is with us, and we carry the beauty and the kindness and the strength of Kirtland wherever we go. I'm happy to answer any questions, and again, deeply honored to be welcomed into schools to provide this resource at no charge. I do appreciate that. I'm a lifelong educator, and I'm always looking for whatever we can do that is going to save money, but nonetheless provide valuable service to our youth.
Yeah, so I'd like Christina's work to spread as much as we can across the district. She's going to start with staff, but as her schedule allows and principals' bandwidth allows, I'd like her to do more work with staff and students. And she also does things with community members as well, because it's something that affects everyone. It's not just students. And so mental health is something that adults even need to learn more about and how to help each other. So thank you, Christina. And again, I stand for any questions.
So did she mention anything about reservation schools?
Does she mention it when?
As far as
Yeah.
any experience?
Christina, can you answer that? Okay.
I want to be sure I'm understanding the question. I myself have worked for a number of years with the Native American Community Academy, NACA, and also the NACA Inspired Schools Network, which actually took me to a number of schools where I learned a great deal and was able to provide support, including Dream Dene, actually. And we've also been in many Native serving schools around the state and other communities. We have been at Cuba Middle School and High School. We provided training at Poake Pueblo. We provided training at the middle school in Bernalillo that serves many of the tribal communities right around Bernalillo. I do want to be sure that I'm understanding your question, though. I will also say that part of our process is to start with asking what each community needs. We do have some wonderful information we share, but it's very important to us to ask first, how are the youth in each community, and what does that particular community need? And that's where we start. I hope that's a helpful beginning to your question.
And Christina is starting off with Zooms with the principals to get a feel of what what they need and what they want and anything to help navigate that, so they can be responsive. It is a culturally responsive training, if that helps.
Excuse me, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I just jumped in. But I understand that I don't know if it's just because of this family but I don't know if that's their regular procedure, but one that comes in for help with IHS, they just immediately take them. And I mean, if they're suicidal ideation, and they just immediately, even though the parents are saying no, and even though the person is saying no, they don't want to go, but they kind of, IHS just kind of takes over, and so in those cases, this, on something like these, I don't know if you want to call them contractors, or that they find a person who has that tendency, or what happens? Are they treat it that same way, or?
No, and she'll be providing the training so far to staff. And so how do you help somebody, and what do you do? What if somebody says something like they're going to hurt themselves, or they've been thinking about it? What do you do? What do you say? And that's kind of what she'll be talking about.
And then I mean, I guess my question more is, are the parents notified? Because it seems like we're moving towards keeping things from the parents, and so I'm wondering, are the parents notified and told?
Oh, like in our district, if there's suicidal ideation, yes.
Okay.
Yes, yeah, and we're working on a better flow chart. There is one that I came across that I've been collaborating with our social workers on to kind of make some little changes. But yeah, the parents are involved for sure.
You said,
and I will add, if I may, just briefly, I so appreciate the question, because as a lifelong educator, as a parent, as an auntie, I have some experience, direct experience with the trauma that some of our youth experience, in addition to feeling that they are in such sorrow that they might want to end their lives. So I really, really appreciate the question. In our student trainings that we do, only youth who have the knowledge and permission of their parents or their guardians attend our workshops, and so parents and guardians certainly can opt out. And I will share in addition that it is not our role or our way to tell a school or to tell a community what they should do in terms of getting support if a child is suicidal. We simply want to create a space for conversations and share some information. We're not a program that is prescriptive, that tells any community how they should handle a young person who is in deep sorrow. And so I really appreciate very much that question.
Did I hear correctly that it's for the community at large as well?
So yeah, she has 3 different options she can do. We're starting out with the staff. The principals I've introduced her to, but in the spring, or coming up in the future, I'd like to also explore some, because she can do it for the community, like in the evening for families and community members, right, Christina, and also for the students at the school. So there's lots of options to work with her. So I'm excited to introduce her to you tonight, because they have a lot of different opportunities for education.
Because all of the problems that we're talking about here, suicide is not restricted to schools or to children.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
And I thought maybe offer it to chapters as well.
Yes.
So that everybody.
Yes. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So that everybody can be aware of what you offer and what's available, and
Yeah, we're just starting our partnership, and I think that's where we want to go
Yes.
too. So thank you for that.
Okay.
That's affirming. Yeah.
And as one example, while we're in Taos this week, we're going to be starting with the staff because we at the school we always start with the adults in the school, but we are doing a community training in Taos that will be open to parents, guardians, community members, elders, anybody in the community who wants to come. And so we'd be honored to talk with anyone in the communities you serve about doing community trainings. That's also what we did at Poake Pueblo, and it was very powerful in part because it was intergenerational. There were grandmothers and grandfathers there, and there were also youth there. And so we're very, very open, again, to doing whatever's going to be most helpful.
Are there any other questions or comments from the board?
Yes, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Well, not question, but a comment. Well, could be a question too, but with Kirtland area, I mean, we have like the chapter houses for the reservations and those communities, but what about Kirtland? Where do they go? Where, as far as, letting our guardians and grandparents or parents or whoever is with that student, has that been established, or is there a place that administrators go to as far as Kirtland?
To go for mental health care?
No,
Or-
not just mental health, but for all, all these services that our students get on, as far as like from Shiprock to Nashchitty, Ojo. So in Kirtland, off the reservation, where do those people go? Where do those students?
Locally, there's PMS and Desert View are pretty well staffed, but there is a shortage of healthcare and mental health care providers, even across the districts and across the city. So there is a major shortage of social workers and trained mental health people. But in Kirtland, Farmington, there's PMS that I know of, and Desert View, and then some private providers. Those are the two main ones that.
Yeah, I was just wondering if our administrators, know of that, or something different that.
Yeah, and I know that I guess if my mind goes to the community school of Kirtland Middle School, and I know Janice there is doing a lot with partnering with Desert View and bringing in different speakers, and she had a big health fair where she brought in
And that
different providers and Department of Health and things like that. So.
the PMS, and you're talking more of Farmington, so I'm asking more of the community of Kirtland.
I think they have to go to Farmington, right? I guess that's where my brain goes. I don't
Yeah,
know. Yeah, that's a
so-
good question. There might be a need for a vacuum there. So.
Kirsten? Marion? Kirsten wants to say something.
Go ahead.
I wanted to also mention that we work with John Hopkins. They are throughout the whole reservation, but they do provide services for suicide prevention as well. And they have a website, and you can refer a person as a student and such. We normally go through our counselor, and we also have people who work with IHS. There's referrals through our health office for our schools. That's my understanding.
Well, I guess I just want to say, let's not forget about that.
Yes.
We even with Yazi Martinez, at-risk students was the whole focus, not just Navajo. So just keep that in mind.
No, that's a good
Thank
point. There's a
you.
lot of need. Yeah. Okay. All right.
Anybody else? Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Item I was combined in item F, which I tried to skip over, and We'll go to J, the utility comparison report by Herbie Ellison. Looks like Herbie, you need to stick around because you got several here, huh? Your first one is utility comparison.
Yes. Good evening, board members, Superintendent Carlson, members of the audience, and members that are online. Herbie Ellison here, and I am finance coordinator for the finance department, and I'll be presenting the finance reports. The first one is going to be the utility comparison report. Utilities for September 2024. Total dollar amount $499,192, and September 2023 total is $499,130. And then below we have the 5-year summary, and for the year 24-25, July 1st to current, total dollar amount spent for utilities is 1.7 million, with 1.9 million being paid out of impact aid. Any questions on the utility report?
Any questions from the board?
I have none.
Comments?
No.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Next report is going to be for procurement. Items, purchase orders for $3,500 to $10,000. We had 18 purchase orders issued for the month of October. Any questions?
Can you
Beans, I can't see that. I have no
open it up?
questions.
Explode it.
I don't have my binoculars with me.
Magnifying glass. Okay.
$5,000, superintendent.
Where does he stand?
Just kidding.
Herbie. Take his card away from him. We gotta stay at Motel 6.
So on that security one, 6,700, does that mean, what does that mean?
That's for the that's the department. So that would be for the LSAs. Did Devin just leave? Okay. But they're attending that conference, the NASRO conference. So it's sending our probably our LSAs and our security department.
Okay, I thought it was
Providing security.
like just the regular ground security, like.
Oh, no, it's the department.
And our dugouts already need roof repair? Is that the new one?
No, it's not the new ones.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Next report is going to be for the purchase orders over 60,000. We have 4 of them for the special education department, for services for SLP, social worker, teletherapy, and then the last one is a purchase order for fuel for the transportation department.
Is that a new contractor on the diesel?
No, she was changing funding, so her original, she already had one for the 13,000 fund. This one is for 23,000 fund.
So anything as far as financially with the special ed department, with the new the state level new special ed department?
Uh-huh.
Have they said anything different as far as finance is concerned?
I am not familiar with the history of the finance with the special education department, but I haven't heard anything currently in the since July 1st. So there's been no updates.
I see our board attorney here. Do you know of anything recent?
Nothing recent that I know of.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So the next report is going to be for the disbursements. Jared, there's a summary one. I think it might be the last or second to the last. Oh, sorry, Mr. Venturina. One more to the right. Yep, that's the one. Okay, so with our disbursements and payments for the month of October, we have 7.3 million out of the operational account with a year to date of 11.2 million. Out of our activities accounts, we had 39,259, and for the year to date is 87,213. Our outstanding check listings for the month of October for operational account is 3.4 million. Our year to date is 3.8 million. And our outstanding check listings for the activities account is $39,259 with our year to date $40,255. Our expenditure reports for the month of October for our general funds, 7.9 million. Of that amount, impact aid was 2.2 and ad valorem was $5.13. Our year to date for general funds was 25 million. 9.8 million for impact aid operational and 170,000 for ad valorem. Our grant funds, 24,000 to 29,000 for the month of October. Grand total was 1.6 million. 6,661 for Carl Perkins, 4,203 for Carl Perkins redistribution, 65,192 for Johnson O'Malley, 42,539 for impact aid sped, and 471,388 for impact aid Indian Ed. Our year to date.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
What is that Carl Perkins redistribution?
Mr. Deswood, can you help me? That's over at Bond Wilson, right?
That is correct. It is at Bond Wilson. Good evening, board members.
Yeah.
So redistribution was there was money set aside. It wasn't fully used, so they redistributed back to the school.
Okay, and is that the only grant being used there?
No, there's there's the regular Carl Perkins. And then there's also the redistribution. I think there are about maybe 100, right around 100,000 total. So yeah, so that's the main grant that we use right now.
Is any being borrowed, I guess, I don't know if that's the correct word, from anything from Kirtland High?
No, they have a separate account codes.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, I'll go on to the capital outlay. Grand total was 624,000. Year to date is 6,118,000, with 46,839 from the special funds, special capital outlay funds. And revenue for the month of October, our general funds total revenue was 17,414,000. Of this amount, 11.8 million for impact aid operational, and year to date revenue 34,811,000, and year to date for impact aid 12,278,000. Ad valorem revenue received for the month of October is $601. Year to date, 1,386. Revenue for grant funds total 5.6 million. $10,008 for Carl Perkins and 2.9 million for Impact Aid Indian Ed. Year to date for grant funds, 14.7 million, 44,193 for Carl Perkins, and 58,277 for Johnson O'Malley. Year to date for Impact Aid Indian Ed is 2.9 million. Capital outlay revenue total received is 10,589 and 73,788 year to date. No dollar amounts for the Impact Aid 31500 fund.
So there's a question here by board member. So has there been any delays in the processing of federal grants? Any delays with Impact Aid? Thanks.
No, not at this time. Normally, if we had any delay, like receiving the revenue, it would have been, we would receive the revenue like in January or February, but we're actually on time. We received the deposit in October.
And to go back through the operational and disbursements, is that available to the public as well?
Yes.
Where would they find that?
It's going to be on, Jared, if you can share from the district website. It would be the same thing, like going to the board webpage, and then our information would then be available to the public.
It's under the board line, right?
Yeah, it's under the Board of Education. That's the way I usually get to it. And then I go to view agenda. I usually go up a little bit further. Yeah, right there where it says view agenda. And that's the way I'll get in to look at the attachments.
This is the public.
Mm-hmm.
So they don't need to
Have it like a login? Yeah. Yeah, that's usually how I get in. And then right there where it says work session,
Mhm.
I'll select that link, and then it'll bring up that view agenda, and then it'll bring up all of the different items, and it'll show the attachments.
Okay.
Would you like me to continue?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm just waiting for you to continue. I wasn't asleep, really.
Thank you. The last items are going to be the budget adjustment requests. The first one is going to be for Fund 29102. The Clean and Beautiful grant dollar amount is $5,966, and this is for the current year allocation. The next one is going to be Fund 24106, Idea B. Dollar amount is $229,914, and this is for the FY 23-24 allocation. And then the next one is going to be for Title I 24190, $0 amount, and we're transferring budget from Function 1000 to 3300, so that the school may host parent night and cover teacher PD. And the next one is going to be for Fund 27528, Community School and Family Engagement. Total dollar amount is $25,800, and this is for the 24-25 award. And the last one is going to be for the Kellogg Fund, Fund 26121, transfer from 1000 function to 3300, $0 amount. And this is to cover supplies and materials for direct instruction for students. Oh, I said that backwards. It's moving from 3300 to 1000.
Isn't that a ICO?
The Kellogg Fund?
Mm-hmm.
I actually am not too sure. Is that? Any more questions?
No.
Is that it?
Yes, that's it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
That takes us to N, update on 9/11 project and Navajo Nation School Safety Task Force by Ms. Chappelle.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay? Louder. So my two topics for update are, the first one is the 911 project. The MTM team and Deputy Chief met with our team and kind of just did a walkthrough. There's still some additional information on utilities, but that's the additional information update we wanted to give you. Mr. Armenta, did you want to add anything to that?
The tentative site that we looked at, they know that all the utilities are to the north to Highway 64, and so they're definitely gonna give us the size of the building and give us a footprint so that we can move forward with what they're gonna need as far as load counts and all that for how they're gonna need it. So they're gonna give us a lot more information in our next meeting.
What is this?
This is the discussion you all had a month ago. A presentation by Deputy Chief Red Horse on the 911 project and using a piece of the Shiprock High parking lot for the 911 dispatch center. I was not here for that meeting because I was in Alaska, so I don't know who was here for that.
Guess I wasn't listening.
Maybe use laptop.
Okay.
On that piece, are there any questions that we can answer, Mr. Armenta and I? On that portion of the update?
So, so the district's gonna be more or less the main hub again on this?
On the Shiprock side, yes, ma'am, yes, Vice President. There will be two primary PSAPs, one here and one in Kanta.
And I think just recently they've started to name the streets.
Yes, that's correct. They are working on several chapter houses and they're making very quick progress. And so they literally are planning on having the entire Navajo Nation addressed, physically addressed in the next 2 years, by 2026.
Believe it or not, I've had people complain and about their street name.
So the street name can only come through the chapter. So whatever the chapter,
So it's the chapter.
ultimately authorizes. The project's just doing numbers, so that the numbers can correspond, kind of like Google Maps can correspond and send first responders directly to that address.
So the address is not gonna be proceed down the road to the big cottonwood and turn left and go to the
That's
to
the
the
goal.
corral with the spotted horse in there and.
Yeah.
No, you're supposed to move your lips first. To point with your lips.
Oh, but yeah.
So yes, the ultimate goal of this project is to address the entire Navajo Nation with physical addresses and also GPS those addresses, so that when the 911 system is also upgraded with the project, there won't be bouncing off of towers. It'll literally go from that person's cell phone or address directly to the 911 center it needs to go to. So it's really exciting, actually.
Thank you, Board. Thank you for your questions. And when we met out there with the team in the area that we're looking at by Shiprock High School, they're looking at like a 7,000 square foot modular building that they want to bring in. It'll be pre-built, and then the site we're looking at is just to the north of the baseball field on the east side of the pit, way in the back parking lot where we're not using. So they'll bring all the utilities in, they'll run everything. We'll just supply that section of that little area of land. We kind of did some pre-calculations. We kind of figured they're off a little bit by how much they're wanting, but for the site and the area and the grading, it looks like a good site to have for that 911. It would help us with, they'll have cameras, security gates. It'll be fully fenced in. They'll have a parking lot. We'll be able to use their parking lot. They'll have their facility fenced in, but it looks like the team that was there, coming from the president's office, they want to have the first 911 call. I think he said February of 2026. That's how fast they want to move this thing. So very, very optimistic.
So who's primarily funding this?
It's federal ARPA dollars.
Okay.
Yep.
Was this in that part of the gravel parking lot out there? Am I understanding that right?
Yes, sir.
Where the dirt dumps are. The dirt mountains.
Yeah, dirt mountains.
Dirt hills.
Okay. Any other questions are there any questions from the board?
I have no.
Comments? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you. Thank you for the update.
What's my other item?
And then after that, it's the other report.
this one I may need Jared's help on. So there have been significant, I guess, improvements in the Navajo Nation School Safety Task Force developments. Navajo Nation has actually appointed Sunlatsa Jem as essentially the head PIO for the whole nation on health-related issues, but they've carved out a significant section of that for school safety. And so our team plus Devin have been a big part of that. The next school safety summit will be this coming spring. And so we just kind of wanted to give you that update that is still in effect and actually growing with seriousness in our organization. So just 2 quick updates on your packed agenda. Stand for questions. They have tapped our team to kind of help with some of that organization, amongst others.
Ms. Chappelle?
Yes, sir.
I did not comprehend one thing you were talking about. I apologize, but
All right, let me back up. So
be careful, you'll go out the window.
I know. Well, that's a wall. Half wall, half window. So about 1.5 years ago, we had a pretty significant incident in Newcomb with a school threat issue. Navajo PD at that point determined the school threat to be not only possible, meaning it was credible, essentially is what they concluded. That student was then transported to Kayenta, as we all remember, and because of the policies in place on Navajo Nation at that time, they couldn't actually hold that person. That kind of touched off alarm bells in all of us because we realized that school safety is not just district by district, but it's regional. In that situation, we had New Mexico, Arizona, Navajo Nation, and FBI involved. And so that's really what's behind the Navajo Nation School Safety Task Force. For quite a while, it was kind of just a standing meeting, trying to get things moving. And what I'm happy to report is that on the Navajo Nation side, I'm getting over being sick, I apologize. My breath is gone, but with respect to those efforts, essentially, it has become more entrenched as part of Navajo Nation, and that is a great sign because we can all work in that group, if that makes sense. Is that better?
A little more. Thank you.
I'm gonna drink water. A little more explanation.
So there's going to be a part 2 of the safety summit. When is this, in June?
This spring.
This spring.
Okay.
And we should be pretty proud of it because the response that we had at the first summit was great, and it was well attended, and everybody involved. It was great, and I can't wait for part 2. So.
And just building off of what Vice President is talking about, out of that summit, we developed a number of really important recommendations. And some of those recommendations have been worked on. And so at the next summit, we'll update where we are with the recommendations and what else is needed from an implementation standpoint. It's very positive developments.
Yeah, I remember the confusion and everything about that incident, and nobody had jurisdiction or authority to do anything.
Mm-hmm.
It was a mess.
And so what's being contemplated now is that we have a central way of communicating with all of the school districts in our area so that we can kind of track what these issues are collectively and not just in silos.
Okay.
That's all I have.
Anything else on that?
Yeah, we'd just like to add that CCSD will be out in person in Window Rock December 2nd. That's when they're going to really kind of finalize the talking points, the breakout sessions, that type of stuff. We're going to be working with Mr. Noble on the PIO side of things as well, which we already have been with the that entire task force. So we'll be able to report more out after December 2nd from that meeting in Window Rock as to more of a concise agenda and how that's going to kind of look and the participation, instructors and that type of stuff of that. So probably I would say January would be another time where we can actually open up and talk about more about where that flow is going to go. So
Probably the December meeting. Do we have a December meeting?
Yeah.
Yes.
There you go.
okay, mid-December.
So, I know there's some people, there's a committee that has gone to, or different tribal members have gone to, I believe Matt So was out there this past week for, the budget, conference or.
Tibbet?
What's that?
Tibbet.
Tibic.
Yes, and so, what does that say it without the acronym?
Matt, what does it stand for?
It stands for Tribal Interior Budget Committee or Council, and they deal with all the funding, deal with stuff coming from U.S. Department of Interior. In fact, that's where I'm coming in from tonight.
Yeah, and so you guys met with BIA or?
Yes, we met with BIA, BIE, and also other federal officials, including congressional representatives, on some of the issues and impacts on federal budgetary issues, like with the Department of Interior, and to some extent, Department of Education to some extent.
Yeah, and so in Palm Springs, I happened to sit in on one of the meetings, and there we shared how the funding for BIA was below the last funded and below Parks and Recreation, National Parks and Recreation, and at 39%. And then in that same session, they were talking, different tribal members were asking and talking, brought up about their safety situations regarding their schools and the lack of police force, things like that. And so they wanted more funding, and they were asking this board that travels, and they were up there just this past week with board member So and President Haskell. So they're there, and so not only I really think that this whole safety summit, as a district, we should be pretty proud, and it was also brought up, how our people reacted to that situation, and that it was all positive and great. And so again, I'm looking forward to the spring, to the next one.
That's all I have, board members.
Are there any other comments from the board? No, you can sit down, Jermaine.
Thank you, sir.
Moving on to 5, we will convene an executive session, discuss limited personnel matters regarding the board's goals and expectations of the superintendent as permitted under NMSA 1978, Section 1015 1H2 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act. Discussion pertaining to threatened or pending litigation regarding the San Juan Generating Station and PRC as permitted under NMSA 1978, Section 1015 1H7 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act.
Motion to convene.
Do I have a second?
I second.
It's been moved and seconded that we convene in executive session. Mr. Soul?
I vote yes.
Mr. Montoya?
Yes.
Ms. Aspas?
Yes.
Myself, yes.
Executive session. It's in there, right? Or we?
session.
You live now? Now.
I guess I better get over to the microphone, hadn't I?
Yep.
We'll reconvene in open session. The board has discussed in executive session only the subject identified in the agenda as the reason for which the meeting was closed. Discussion on limited personnel matters regarding the board's goals and expectations of the superintendent as permitted under NMSA 1978, Section 1015-1, H2 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act. Discussion pertaining to threatened or pending litigation regarding the San Juan Generating Station and PRC as permitted under NMSA 1978, Section 1015-1, H7 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act.
Motion to reconvene.
I have a motion to reconvene. Do I have a second?
Ms. Haskey.
Ms. Haskey beat you to that, Mr. So.
Yes.
I need a vote.
Yes.
Yes.
And I vote yes. We are now in open session.
I did. Ms. Haskey, second. Oh, Matt was the third? Oh. Okay, Matt.
Now, Ms. Chappelle, you didn't want to do this part in here, is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we won't have a report by Ms. Chappelle.
Oh, no, the report is the one.
Members of the board, I will now make a motion to approve all the items listed on the consent agenda, A through K.
What? Okay, well, noted, but we need a report from
Mr. Venturino.
Leandro.
Good evening, Board Secretary Wells, Vice President Aspas, Board Member Montoya, and President Haskey, online and Board Member So, and Superintendent Carson, and people from the audience. So I'm tasked to give a quick report about the KECC, the Kirtland Early Childhood Education Center closure. We have had the last batch of students at Kirtland KECC for the school year 21-22, and we had made a decision to redistribute those pre-K students to Judy Nelson Elementary School and Kirtland Elementary School, with underlying factors and justifications such as continued support for these students along with other grade levels within the area in elementary schools. We also have some justifications and reasoning such as continued services within the culturally, linguistically relevant instructions, as well as transportation, IT, information technology, and some budgetary considerations within that reasoning. So if you have any questions, I stand for question.
I have no questions.
I have none.
Mr. So?
So is that the number 6?
Yes.
Item 6?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, it is. Are there any items in the consent agenda to be removed? Excuse me.
I believe a motion and a second was made to approve the consent agenda items. I respectfully ask that we move forward, please.
You respectfully ask what?
That we move forward with that motion and the second.
Okay.
Let's make sure that Mr. Noble has that, because it was, since the order was altered a little bit, to make sure he's got that documented.
What
and
happened
feels
to
comfortable.
5C?
5C. It's under, it's on the consent agenda under,
No, look at it.
Yeah, I believe that was combined with I.
We just came out of it. Letter C.
And that was what,
there was no actions. No actions to be taken.
item C, there was no action taken on matters discussed in executive session. I'm sorry, I didn't state that. So we got 6A and Mr. Soul. Yes, thank you.
To approve all the items listed under the consent agenda.
All right. A vote. Mr. Soul?
I vote yes.
Ms. Haskey?
Yes.
Ms. Aspas?
No.
Mr. Montoya?
Yes.
And I vote yes. Four yeas and one no. Requested, number 9, requested action items and our report for next meeting. Possible items for next meeting.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, probably the one item I probably request is an overview of the test scores and assessments that were provided, as mentioned by the superintendent. Just an update overview of the changes and improvements that have been made in our district and currently in terms of our schools moving off the school improvement list, the TSI, NRA, or whatever the state calls it. That report, I'd like to see that.
School designation. But there is a report card for each district from the state, so, and there's a website. What's the name of that website? Vistas? New Mexico Vistas. Yeah.
Do we have any data to report from the school district as far as not just the grading system, but as far as achievements?
Yes, we should have some data we can share.
And if you could also highlight the improvements by grade level and also by school, and which schools have had great changes, what marks.
Also on that, Tim, if you could include the graduation, where our seniors at in the progression towards graduation.
Even throwing their attendance if possible.
And the ones that are at risk, what kind of prevention measures or supports do they have in place so that they can graduate?
I would like to add an item for discussion on next meeting that we discuss combining in future work session with the regular meeting. Any other items? Then we'll go to 10, plus and delta.
I would, for the possible items, I would like our oath as board members and where it says that we combine meetings to serve ourselves. But and not our constituents, not our community. I would like that from New Mexico School Board Association.
Anything for plus or plus or delta?
I have nothing.
Ms. Haskey?
My delta was that I apologize for being on travel. My time zones were all confused, and I apologize to everybody for not being there in person and not being available throughout the whole meeting as I had anticipated. So I apologize for that.
Apology accepted, but no apology necessary.
Yeah, my big plus is going to be that the fact that we took care of a lot of business on behalf of the district and the best interest of our students, and also make some very tough decisions that have to be made. And the other are some of the reports from all of our students and stakeholders as far as the progress, improvements, and accomplishments of what they were a part of. I don't have any results this aside from but I don't have any results. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good meeting.
Anything else? Moving on to item
I have a
11.
plus and delta.
Go ahead.
So the plus side, I think with the Equity Council that was, and what our students are doing and the robotics, that was a good report. And the delta side, I believe, in the years that I've been on the board, it's kind of disheartening to hear about trying. All these years I've heard about streamlining and things like that, and this and that, and give more power. And then I wonder, why run for the board if you want to do things like that? If you don't want to spend time here, why run for the board? Why is the district the last priority? And now we see changes that are going to happen. Even more, in my opinion, I think even more is going to be given. And maybe this is a good time to really look at ourselves and wonder where our priorities are. And a lot of us were pushed into positions, and maybe our heart's really not here with the district. And maybe it's all showing now. But maybe this is where it's going to really take some, really looking at yourselves and ourselves, and because I think there's big changes that are coming down, and I think it's going to be great, and we're going to have more of a say. But it's too bad we have to push it all into one day, one night, one evening, and accommodate others. schedule. That's my thoughts.
I need a motion to adjourn.
Motion.
Second? It's been moved and seconded that we adjourn.
Yes.
Ms. Haskey?
Yes.
Mr. Soul?
I voted yes, thank you.
And Mr. Montoya voted yes, and I vote yes. We are adjourned.